Good morning, everybody. Gonna go ahead and get started here in just a sec. I know I am pretty early for my usual stream time, but I've been awake since 2, so I figure might as well get some streaming done while I'm still awake, and then I can take a nap, and it'll be great. How's everybody doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. All right. Art, there we go. Yeah, I'm a bit tired today. Oh, and I can hear Babs sharpening her claws on my couch. It is endless. This is the one that we've been working on most recently. I think maybe today I'm going to start putting some of the water details in. I'm not done. I'm not done with the rock details. It just wants to sit for a little while. So I'm also tired of seeing just a blank, undetailed uh, section right here. So I'm doing this for me. Song request is open, by the way, in case anyone is interested. It's just exclamation point SR and then the artist and title of the song. Um, Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but yeah, yeah, we get through it somehow. Still drinking my coffee. Babs is still waking up. It's a slow morning, but yeah. Clearly I'm not all there. I knew I was forgetting something before I started the stream, and then as soon as the live alert came on and said that it was still the Saturday stream, yeah, that was when she knew when she fucked up. Alrighty, so we've got the water, and I'm just going to come here and hit the selection tool and click on anywhere outside of the section that I want protected. So since I want this water protected, I clicked over here, then I went to select and invert selected area. And that works a little bit better than regular selection by selecting the square itself. It works better because it captures everything on the outside of the color that you've put down. So sometimes some of the pixels um, are not quite captured if you just click on the color that you want to protect. I know I'm not making sense. I got distracted, but that's all right. Um, just figured I'd kind of explain what I've been doing since I've been asked a couple of questions about my processes and stuff like that. And it's been suggested by a few people that I start doing Patreon classes, or classes on Patreon, not Patreon. Yeah. Um, so I'm thinking about doing that. But I also have to get better at explaining myself, so people get what they pay for. You know what I mean? So that is in the future, but I'm trying to be I'm trying to get better at not getting distracted by music or art while I'm talking about my process. But anyway. So you have the color grabbed, and I think I'm going to stay within this same color range. I'm gonna go to pen, and I just use the G pen for most everything. Um, and I grab that color. First time chatter, best viewers. Oh, aren't you sweet? Thanks, bot. Go away now. Anyway, so I have this color selected, and actually I think the color that I had been working with previously right here, I think that actually might look really good. The reason I selected this color was to see how other colors sit next to it. So I have these two squares here, one with the base color and one with the color I want to see how it looks. So just a quick line here and there, um, kind of give me an idea. I don't think it's quite the shade I'm looking for, but it is close. So I'm gonna go here. Let me see. That's a little better. Maybe. So we have the light. Basically, the light is here, but we also get a little bit of light from the lightning. Um, not not really going to be a lot of light from the lightning. Um, so yeah, I don't think we should go any lighter than that. And the highlight color will probably be closer to the cyan, the blue green, and that'll kind of make it stand out. But this is a good kind of starting color. So I'm just gonna back that out and put it on its own layer. Definitely want to put it on its own layer whenever you're putting detail onto something. At least that's what I do because you can't really go back and re-grab this section if it's got more details. Like the more details, the harder it will be to grab the perfect selection that we've got there. So details get put on another layer, but I do recommend when you're detailing something to also drop that same color into the section that you're detailing, and that way you can blend everything and all that easier. So I now have two layers with this same color and this same shape, but only one of them is going to remain untouched. Just kind of getting the basic feel of the waves. I put a lot of lines in that end up getting mostly painted over, and that's totally fine with me. In in some in some ways, it's better to be very deliberate with what you're doing, what you're putting down. Like when I'm doing faces, that's the lines are pretty deliberate. But with things like water, um, I just don't think being deliberate is as important as having a bunch of little details that are mostly just there for a how do I explain it? Like the little details that you don't necessarily consciously notice, but you still pick them up. You still know they're there. and this is also it's a small section of water, and its whole entire purpose is to push this section back, right? And eventually, I'm going to put some mist at the shoreline, and that'll help push it back further. Um, but yeah, so you don't really want big waves back here. You know, it's you're not going to see all of the bigger waves because um, it's supposed to be more in the distance, but your waves here in the front can be a little bit bigger. And you'll kind of notice that most of my lines are fairly horizontal, you know, um, follows the horizon line, etc. So when you're doing water, even water that doesn't have waves, it's important to remember that while water isn't flat, you know, it has waves and all that. It's still bound by gravity. So it's going to be pretty flat at the horizon line, and the a lot of the details are going to be along the horizon line as well. And again, I'm just putting down this color as like a base color, and can come back and put as many details as we want. But that is the point of grabbing this section to make sure that none of my lines go outside of the horizon. So I think what I'm gonna do, I'm just double clicking, and I'm using Clip Studio Paint, by the way, for those of you who are following along. This is Clip Studio Paint. So if it looks familiar, that's why, or unfamiliar, that's why. So I clicked on the background color because I want along the same shade or the same color, the same tone. I just want it darker, so I'm just gonna drag this here, and I don't think you can actually see what I'm doing. I wish there was a way for you to see the color settings that I'm changing, but basically you click on it, it brings up a color square, and then you follow it directly down um, to your desired shade. So I'm just coming in, and some of the lines might overlap. I'm just doing some darker, like a darker blue purple, and I'm doing it fairly close to the lines I just did. You can see it a little better. It looks messy, so like if if you look at your work and you think, oh, it's not looking like I want it to look, you just change your perspective. From further back, this looks already like it's going to be water. From close up, it's just a bunch of messy shapes, messy lines. So believe in yourself and take a different look at it. So I'm kind of underlining, but only loosely, the lighter lines that I've already put down, and that is keeping in mind that we've already identified our light sources. You know, we we have several different ones to choose from, but not a lot of them are along the bank. So we've got the lightning in the sky, and then this one up here, the caves. So we're not going to have a whole lot of really bright lines. This is kind of a nighttime thing, nighttime piece of water. I was trying to trying to think, is it a lake? Is it an ocean? A piece of water. It's a new piece of water. Sorry. Should I remind the audience now that I am severely sleep deprived? Anyway, yes, underlining random dark lines here and there. You just want some depth. But because your light sources are from above, and pretty much directly above, you know, um, the the highlights are going to be even more spectacular if you have something darker to put them on. And so all of these lines that we're making now are vital for the depth of your piece. So, and the jaggedness is also important. You don't want um, there are not a lot of straight lines in nature, and despite water having to comply with gravity, and being flat at the horizon, there's a lot of different shapes, and probably not a one of them is a straight line except for the horizon. So. At some point, I'm sure I will extend this tree branch, and have it cut across the water here. Um, Maybe have another part of the tree come up and pen the water in. But right now, it's fine the way it is. Um, but unless you want the water to run right off of your picture, which I have done plenty of times before. But blocking it in on the sides just kind of helps push this part back, and then of course you have the caves that would be pushed back even further if there was something in front of the water. And I haven't blended anything yet or anything like that. I'm just putting down color. So, but when we start blending, you'll see why it's important to put down put the details down on uh, the neutral background, the just a fully solid color, and even though it's on its own layer, putting it down underneath all the details we're doing is just going to help us blend it, and it'll just look better, at least in my opinion. Looks like we've got an ad break starting in about a minute, folks. Just FYI. Make sure you grab a refill of your coffee, get some water, do some stretches, whatever you need to do to not feel like quite a zombie. I don't know if there's anything that can help me at this point not feel like a zombie, but we make do, don't we? I think our music has disappeared. Unless it's very quiet. Nope, disappeared. I really like this version of My Baby Just Cares for Me. Nina Simone, by the way. I forgot to. So this part right here, I kind of had plotted out as a larger wave. So let me bring it all into view here. So this section is it's going to be the main highlight. And here, I'll pull it back all the way. So we've got the center of the picture, and we want the center of the picture to be the brightest. You know what I mean? If there's a lot of attractions in the center, it's going to draw whoever's viewing your artwork it's going to draw their eye to the center of the picture, and they're going to spend more time looking at everything inside rather than just, glancing on the outsides and moving along. You draw them in, and you do that with the interesting focal points and um, lights. So this is just part of the larger picture, obviously. But I try to have the welcome back from break, everybody. I try to have the bright spots in a kind of a spiral pattern. So I'm going to switch over to the airbrush real quick. And um, I like a lot of softness in my airbrush, so I tend to keep it on the lowest. And I think about 60% density right now. Um, all right, I think, let me see. I'm looking for a nice blue. This one might be a little bit too bright. Um, if this is great. This is a good blue. It's not too bright. If it were the daytime, light that water up. But yeah, nighttime is going to be a little less. And I think I'm also going to put in a little bit of light green. Yeah. So just kind of a combination of light spots. This is going to be the brightest part of the water. Hey, Addie, how are ya? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm doing well. I'm tired. I woke up at like 2, um, and I've kind of been awake ever since. So I decided to start streaming a little bit early, um, so I could take a nap earlier in the day and not mess up my sleep schedule another night. But other than that, I'm fine. How are you? Just been working on the water, not doing too much damage today. Oh no, at least you have your art. Exactly. Exactly. I almost got up and started streaming um when I first woke up. 'Cause I mean I was wide awake, and I just kind of laid there for a while and just kept not doing it and not doing it and not doing it, and it was finally like, okay, all right, let's just do it. Good. I didn't fall asleep until 4 a.m., so I feel you on the lack of sleep. Oh no. Oh no, Addie. Yeah, let's see, what day is it? Tuesday? Yeah. Yeah. I think this Tuesday can go ahead and knock it off already. We're done. I've been kind of trying to narrate what I've been doing. I didn't pick a very good day for it since I'm so tired. But yeah, I've been trying to kind of explain how I do the water. I heard that. Okay, cool. I hope I don't sound totally unprofessional, but yeah, I'm trying. I went out yesterday, and so of course my voice sounds all gravelly, like even more so than usual. Not at all. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the feedback. You never know. So, with the eye of the wave, you you kind of have to picture how the wave is moving. So you know that the lightest part, where the light is shining through, is not the only uh, light part of a crashing wave. You know, if you want if you want the wave to zoomed in, that bark makes me think of a lava flow as it's cooling. Oh, thank you. I like that. Yeah, uh, the tree texture is crazy when I use the red, especially. I love how it pops. But yeah, you're right. It does look like flowing lava. This is crazy. So the water is coming up and over like that. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Me too. I feel like I've really found my style and it just feels really good. So yeah. Um, so since the water is going that way, um, your your light, your decoration, all of that is going to follow that. So it's all going to move in that direction there. All right, I need to lurk, but have a great stream and a wonderful day. Why, thank you, Addie. Much love, my friend. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll be here for a couple hours at least. But yes, I hope you also have a wonderful day. Almost done my coffee. Might get another one because I need it. I almost bought the stuff to make tiramisu when I went out yesterday, and I resisted. Yeah, kind of regretful. So the like this section here is all going to be pulled in that same direction. All of that water is going to be pulled in the same direction. But water is pulled and pushed. So when you're doing the other details, you also want to make sure, and I'll illustrate this more later, but you need to also make the motion of pulling the water back into the next wave. So I'll use the dark shade I was using earlier, since I didn't actually finish that part, to show you what I'm talking about. So see how I'm going like this and pulling it back. That's an extreme the extreme angle for rougher waves, but um, that's the motion you want. And then you have a wave over top of that. And I mean water is pretty forgiving too. So if you make a mistake or it just doesn't look right, it's not the end of the world. It's literally just lines. And lines are not the boss of you. So you just keep trying until you're satisfied. But to me, painting water, and this is the same digitally as well as with traditional painting. Um, Painting water is kind of like singing a song. It's melodious, it's got a pattern to it and it's got movement to it. It's not just a stagnant pond most of the time. At least unless you're doing a stagnant pond, then have at it. you do you with your water. But as far as my water goes, I want it to have life. So to me, like doing waves is like a song, and I don't know if that will help anybody. Um, but sometimes if you just shut your brain off and you maybe turn on some music if you find yourself you're having problems doing the waves, find a good song. Find a song with a beat that moves you like water, if that makes sense. So the more lines that I do, I don't know if it's noticeable on the screen, but I'm connecting every single line. I'm just doing the same back and forth motion and putting the shadow um, up alongside and underneath, but all of the lines end up getting connected because when you've got waves and everything, it's also important to remember that um, ooh, something new! Yay! Yeah, I'm trying to narrate what I'm doing better. And I'm not great at explaining myself, but I'm trying. So I've been doing water since I started this morning, and let me pull it back. Um, just kind of doing a short instruction type practice. But welcome in, Skynet. I hope you're doing well. Um, I'm putting the darker lines in now, and just explaining how everything is going to end up being connected. I will mostly be lurking for the time being. Hopefully, work will suck less soon. I hope it does. I appreciate the lurk though, and I am shaking my fist at your coworkers so they understand the severity of their mistakes. But yes, lurk away. Lurkers are love. Song request is on. Yes, sorry, Bob. Hey, how are you, Vesper? Hey, hope you're having a great stream so far. This piece is looking more and more amazing every time I tune in. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm gonna be lurking and vibing while I sip my coffee and demand my body and brain to wake up this morning. Heck yeah. Feel free to request a song if you'd like. I am also sipping my coffee and hoping the brain cells start to shock each other back to life. Right there with you. Hope you're having a great day so far. I keep forgetting about that song because it wasn't on the album version I got. Oh, heck yeah. I like it. It's got a bit of a spooky feel too. Awesome. I'll just I'll pretty much listen to anything, honestly. As long as I don't have to pick it. Yeah. So by putting the darker colors down, it's going to help the lighter colors show up better later. So even though this part here is going to be the crashing part of the wave, I'm still putting the shadow color in, and that is why. With the fingertip blender brush, I'm just kind of pulling some of the light um, so it follows the direction of the wave. Words come to me, work despite the lack of sleep. And you want to try to stay away from your lightest part. I mean, obviously we can add more lightness later as light as you want it, but the more you drag your lightest part into the rest of the picture, the lighter everything else will get, and the lightest spot won't seem so spectacular if too much is taken from it by other pieces trying to shine. They all have their moments, but I'm gonna go in with just a small bit of blending and make the lines a little less obvious from the blend. If it was during the day, I would make this a lot brighter. But yeah, no, this is nighttime water, so we get pretty dark. I might even add some black, but that will be reserved for a completely different layer. Once you get black in with your water, and this is the same with traditional as well as digital, you know um, that black starts to get with everything else and makes a lot of gray. So unless you want gray, yeah. I mean, if you want gray, have at it. That's how you get it. You add black to the same layer as your colors. And from time to time, you'll see me deselect and take a look at it, and that's just because when something is outlined, um, you don't see the full aspect of what it looks like. It could look really bright and outstanding without or with the outline, but that's because the outline is there and it draws your eye right to it. So um, from time to time, I will deselect it and then bring it back, just in case you ever see me doing that. That is what it's for. It's just another perspective on the entire picture. And from just looking at it here, I noticed that this section is lighter, and that's intentional because this is where the majority of the light in this picture, as far as what gets filtered down into the water, the majority of it is going to be here in this section. But I do still need to do um, a reflection here for the lightning and maybe just a little tiny bit of orange and yellow here for the lighthouse. But I'm liking it so far. And yeah, when you get up close to it, it just looks like a mess. But it will not always look like a mess. So let me see here. I'm just gonna grab, that's pretty. Usually when I'm doing a reflection, I will grab from the colors directly in the sky because, why not? Why mess around with a good thing, you know? Probably gonna be about right here. And so I have that light purple, and on top of the light purple, I'm going to put a little bit of orange and yellow, but it's going to be so subtle because um, the lighthouse light is actually pretty dim, but it'll still show up, and I think it'll be a really good addition to the waves. And I know already that I'm going to be blending most of this out. Um, so I'm being intentional with the lines, but also I'm not going to I'm not going to hold them to so strict that this light has to stay here. It's not an exact science, but it's gonna get blended, and if I need to make any other adjustments to it, it can happen later. I just like putting the indication. I guess the point of that ramble is to give yourselves a break if you feel like things aren't working or you're just not feeling it. Yeah, give yourselves a. But always kind of keep in the back of your mind where the light source is when you're doing highlights. I'm waiting for the picture to save. Takes forever. Why did I ever decide to start saving to the cloud? I mean, I'm sure I'll find it useful when and if anything ever happens to the program, but I don't know if you can see it from here. Let me get a little closer. Um, when doing the highlights, I tend to, and I highly recommend for those of you following along, um, when I put down this color, this medium color, um, I was starting to set up where the highlights would be. The highlights are like the highlights that I'm doing now, the brighter and brighter ones. They're not going to be everywhere, but that is why it's important to kind of follow the line that you already laid down. And this is the same as when I do the trees. As I was explaining in one of my other previous videos, I put down 5 different colors here. You know, the darkest purple is hardly going to even be seen, but it helps to offset the darkness, and start the build away from just a plain black shape. So the more I layer on, the more I follow with a lighter color on a previous color, and that's how I build my highlights. I don't know if that is a technique that any of you want to try. Um, but yes, that is what I tend to do. So I have kind of like undertones, under highlights. Hey, Cryptid, how are you? Welcome in. Hi. I hope your day's going well. I'm just trying to kind of explain some of my process as far as making the water. How's life treating you today? I I did not sleep well, so I'm trying to get a stream in before I crash out and have a nice nap. And we've got an ad break starting in about 45 seconds, folks. Just FYI. Make sure you get something to drink. Um, Probably more coffee in my case. And look away from the screen for a bit because I know you need it. I'm not psychic or anything. I've just been there and am currently there as well. I never noticed the little lighthouse previously. Oh yeah. There's so much. There's really a lot. I'm probably going to be detailing that today as well. I just realized the break was on, so if I replied and you didn't hear me, I will reply here in just a second. 28 seconds to be exact. Those purple blends are beautiful. Totally not biased at all towards blues and purples. Same. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, same cryptid. The blue, especially. I have a hard time not adding blue to a picture, so yeah. How's the week coming along so far? Pretty good, pretty good. Got all my shopping done yesterday. It was a weird experience though. Like I guess their freezers had gone off or something. I went in to buy. They had a bunch of canned foods on sale, and I went in to stock up on those, so I wouldn't have to leave the house as much, during winter. And most of their freezers were just caked in ice and frost, and even their frozen pizzas looked like they had been thawed out and refrozen. So like their boxes were all just kind of wilty, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not buying anything here. So I went to another store, which is like unheard of for me because I don't like going anywhere. So I was I was pretty tired after all that. But other than that, the week has been pretty good. Yeah, just chilling to the best of my abilities. How about you? I'm just jamming to the song, honestly. Just made some burgers and fries, so Tuesday is salvaged. Yes, that sounds so good. Especially fries. I think fries are a weakness, man. I have a bag of sweet potato fries in my freezer that have been calling my name, but a lot of less than less than healthy foods have been calling my name lately, so they've they've been sitting there, calling to me. I picked up a pack of those frozen crinkle cut fries. So good. These are also crinkle cut. They're crinkle cut sweet potato fries. I'm totally here for it. So the initial highlights are pretty much done. And by initial highlights, I mean now it's time to blend some of this, and make the edges a little less sharp and a little bit more connected. And of course, always keeping in mind, where your light source is. That will always help you to remember where the highlights go and where they should be the strongest. So let's pull this back real quick. Yeah, yeah. It's subtle. Um, but I don't want, like I said, I don't really want the big waves. Um, so yes, this is just fine for the undercoat. I'm gonna be dreaming about those burgers cryptid. So I'm now using a blender brush, and I have the brush density down at 50%, and I'm gonna put the color stretch up to 50% as well. But it's and I know I've said this before, but make sure your brush size is pretty much the same width as your the pen that you were using, and that should help to blend some of the harshness of the lines out without washing out the line completely. You don't want to undo all of your work. You just want to soften it. We'll be going over it with another round of highlights. So if you're following along, don't worry if it gets dim where you once wanted it to be bright. This is just a blending. All the work that we were doing before is just an underlayer for water. I'm sure there are easier ways to do it, but this is just how I like to do it. I don't know. But I do think that it's important to have details uh, that aren't just like out there in your face, you know. And also a tip is when you're blending waves, make sure you follow the direction of the waves. You're still going to follow that same kind of back and forth swishing motion um, that you used for the waves earlier. You don't want to undo that by blending in the opposite direction, which might seem obvious, but when you're in the thick of it, sometimes it's hard to remember. Um, remember where your light is. Remember the direction of the waves. But the same is true for when you're doing land, when you're doing anything. Make sure you follow the direction that your subject is moving. I did end up getting a frozen pizza from the second store that I went to, and I'm hoping that it's good. The one I got is not one I usually get. It's chicken bacon ranch, but it was like the only one that looked kind of good. And I had a feeling that I wasn't going to want to cook today, so like I ever want to cook. Although the soup I made the other day turned out really good. I haven't tried ranch yet. Mayo is my go-to default. Oh, nice, nice. On uh, mayo on fries on pizza. I need the details. I like mayo on my sandwiches, but I rarely put it on anything else. Blue cheese is my default dressing, but ranch is really popular. At least in the Southwest United States, people go crazy for ranch on pizza, and I can get behind it. It's um, not my top dressing. Um, Used to be when I was a kid. I used to love ranch dressing as a kid, and I used to hate blue cheese dressing. Not anymore. Total switch. On pizza too. Yeah, they put like they dip the pizza in ranch. I've seen it happen. And I mean it's not bad. It's not something that I would seek out, you know. Um, but if somebody gave me a piece of pizza and said the only way that I could eat it is if I put ranch on it, I would 100% put ranch on it. Ranch is also a good way to not get heartburn after eating pepperoni pizza. That's an added bonus then. Yes, exactly. I I would recommend it if you can, get your hands on some ranch and some pizza at the same time. You never know. Uh, Let's pull this back and see how it's looking. Doesn't look much different. But that's fine. We'll go over the highlights and add some more shadows as well. I don't think that I've mentioned on this stream yet, but um, at one point I honestly thought your waves from your previous pieces were texture brushes. Aw, seeing you do this with freehand is honestly impressive because it looks so natural. Thank you, Cryptid. Much appreciated. Thank you. That's a hell of a compliment because uh, that's my intention with waves. Um, I I'm trying to move away from texture brushes. Not because there's anything wrong with them, and there's not anything wrong with using them. But I want to be able um, to make my own textures on a lot of things. Now that I've been getting more practice and stuff like that. So that means a lot. Thank you. Um, I I tried to kind of walk through my process in making waves. So if anyone who is just joining us wants to have a little bit more, and you missed the start of the stream, I will be putting my VOD up after the stream ends. Feel free to check out. I tried to do a little mini tutorial. Um, and I'm always open to questions. So if anyone ever has any question or needs something clarified or just wants to see something up close, please feel free to let me know. And right now we're still just blending out a lot of the sharpness of the lines with the full intention of going back through and re-highlighting some of the more important parts. And we're still following the flow of the water and brushing backwards in a sweeping motion. We want the water to be soft and um, at least this water is gentle water. So there's not a lot of upset, but if you're doing a raging raging rapid, obviously there's going to be a lot more chaos. Never mind the texture brushes. I much prefer this. It's really mesmerizing and almost therapeutically calm. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the bits. Oh, y'all, y'all really just made me feel loved. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I think a big part of it is I kind of always strive for peace and calm. Um, so I wanted to put that into the stream. You know, there's there's so much going on in the world and in our personal lives and all that. Um, we just gotta have a space where we can chill and decompress and just kind of go with the flow. So yeah, therapy, therapeutically calm is 100% the goal. Having a song with a beat that you can make waves to is Very helpful. Okay. And all I've done is smooth out a lot of the waves that we had that just had the harsher lines. Now that there's faster music, we're gonna have to go faster. No, we're almost done with this section, and we'll start re-highlighting in just a sec. And so this is what I was kind of mentioning earlier, how a lot of the lines that I made earlier are going to be gone. Um, but that is because they are blended into the full wave. Let's pull this back and see how we did. Take off the selection. Looks pretty smooth, but I'm going to both darken it and add some more highlights to pretty much where we had them before. But I'm going to make them softer now that we have the basics down. So grabbing the selection again and going back in. I think I might actually put one more layer, and I'm going to put it. Let's see. I'm gonna leave it on top of it for now, and I can always move it later. So I'm now coming in. All of this was done with the regular G pen, and so now what I'm doing is I have the spray paint brush, the airbrush, and I'm going to come back here and kind of grab the shadow color that we had before. And again, this is on a completely different layer. And we're gonna come in here with some airbrushed shadows. Not not a lot, but basically following where the other shadow colors are. And since we're on a different layer, it's okay if you mess it up or anything like that. You can always just erase without having to hit undo or anything like that. And I'm not blending out all the lines. Really, all I'm doing is adding a little bit more of a softer shadow, and I'm only following where um, the darker lines remain, because that is where our shadows are. And you want to just like before, you want to put your shadow underneath where you have a highlighted section. You don't want the shadow on top of the highlight because your light is on top, if that makes sense. and I'm not filling in the whole entire wave. All I'm doing is bringing a little bit of the shadow down, and I'll show you in just a moment what this is accomplishing. If you can't tell from the from the close-up version, we're basically trying to lift the water up, um, just like we lift each other up. We are lifting up the water. At least that is my intention. I could pull it back and have ruin the whole thing, and we all just have to run around screaming in the chaos. You never know. Art is unpredictable like that. I think on one or two of my earlier pieces, I think I might have used um, a little bit of the like a wave brush when I was first starting out before my technique was my own. So I think I did start with with wave brushes on one or two. I can't remember, but I think I'm good to not use those. Nothing wrong with using them, especially if you like using them. You will never find me intentionally putting anybody down for how they use their art unless it's AI. Then that's not art. Sorry. Anyway, we've got an ad break starting in about 45 seconds, y'all. Just FYI, make sure you go and grab some water. I need to do that as well. Um, but don't forget to stretch. Posture is important, and I know y'all are like me, and you're slouching. It's early, but the slouch is real. I think I will go and grab water while y'all are on break, and then we'll pull it back and see if my experiment with lifting the water up worked. Yes. Water, getting water, stepping away from the computer. Honest, I am. Okay, go and grab water. I'm not gonna take the screen off or anything. Just bring y'all with me. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Alrighty, so, and again, this is just the shadow color. This is not black, even though we are doing shadows in a night sky. Um, Still no black, not in the water, um, unless you want to run into some trouble. So there's the pullback version, and yeah, it's looking. The shadows are looking softer. The waves are going to look lifted up as soon as I redo some of the highlights. But we're going to real quick just blend some of this, and this layer is just a shadow. We've just got that darker color, um, and its sole purpose is to make the lighter parts brighter. So I'm blending just lightly and using the same technique of back and forth sweeping motion. Very light, um, not not too specific. So now I'm just going to add these two layers together, merge them, because I don't need a separate shadow layer now. Water. Water details. Okay. I am going to have a new layer with the softer highlights that I'm about to do. So just like we did with the shadow, we're just gonna grab from the sky and go in with a softer spray brush to highlight, and it's really where we've already highlighted. I'm not actually liking how soft these highlights are, so I'm going to back out of that. I want the highlights to be just a little bit softer. I mean harder. So I'm gonna go in here. Let's try. I just moved the hardness of the brush up just a little bit. Let's see. No, that's still a little too soft. Yeah, that's too soft. Too soft is not gonna work. So I'm gonna put it all the way up and maybe make the brush a little bit smaller. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Going back to the G pen. I think I'm going to reduce the opacity by half and try that instead of the airbrush. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, I think that might work. So I want the highlights to be subtle. Um, yeah, pretty much just making sure the highlights are not going to overtake the highlights we already put down. I'm just adding a couple more details. using the purple from the sky. And so again, when putting down the highlights, make sure you're also paying attention to where the lowlights are. You know, if you have your black down or your darker color when you're doing your waves, you don't want to um, you don't want to misplace the shadow that you've already put down. So if you'll kind of notice what I've been doing on this leftmost half right before the rocks. I've been putting highlights, but I'm making sure to stack the highlights on top of where the shadows are. So like this one specifically, um, right here you can see how dark it is underneath. You always want to keep that darkness underneath whenever you're coming back through and highlighting. Keep the darker parts underneath a lighter part. It just adds a lot of depth, in my opinion, of course. All of this is only my opinion. But feel free to share if you have any techniques of your own or if you've tried um, traditional painting or anything like that. Feel free to jump on in chat. You don't have to, of course. We love our lurkers just as much as our chatters. And whenever you blend, make sure you only grab the light part and pull that back. You don't want to take your shadows with you because the shadows are already where you need them to be. That's why they're on that shadow layer. But this is also why I chose to put the second highlights on a different layer as well, so I can blend these back without affecting the shadow layer. That shadow layer is very important. Oh, before I forget and get distracted by the art and the music again, um, just wanted to remind everybody that I am going to be doing a special stream on the 23rd, which is the anniversary of me streaming for 1 year. I will officially have been on Twitch for a year on the 23rd, and I'm going to be giving away a customized computer screen background to one lucky follower. You got to be a follower to win, and I think I'm gonna have it be you need to be present to win as well. That way we have it going to someone who um, might be around to watch it being made, and that way I can get a live feedback where I need it. Yeah, and I can make something that is absolutely perfect. But I'll be putting the details on Discord. I meant to do it over the weekend and it just did not happen. I'm so far behind on Discord, on every every Discord. I have unread messages now for everything that I follow and everywhere I post, and I just needed to take a break. So, but I will be posting within the next couple of days, the announcement on Discord with the specifics. Um, but it should be fun. It's just a little something I want to do to give back to my community. But there's a link for the Discord if y'all are not already members. If you want, no pressure. That's just where most of my Most of my announcements come through, so that is that is that. And right now I'm just using a light purple color as the secondary highlights, and just going through um, putting extra lines in. It's just more of those details that your brain doesn't consciously realize are there, um, but it makes the picture look like it is gonna jump at you. So also, I just really like doing details. I don't know if you guys knew this about me. I mean, I've never done details before in any of my other pictures, so I know it might come as a shock. But yeah, again, the subtlety of a light purple or a different light color um, is much better to use in this instance than white. White is just too stark. Just like full on black would be too much. Water to me is about the farthest thing from black and white, you know? And I'm still I haven't done the rest of the wave yet. I just want to build everything up behind this guy before we get into um, that final build. And just adding colors from the sky um, will help to give your water more life. Even if you want the main color of the waves to be different. Hey, Stat, welcome in. How are you, my friend? Um, just yeah, yeah. It helps to kind of make it. I lost my train of thought. Desperately trying to fill the void with bread pudding. Bread pudding. I mean, as far as void filling goes, is a good choice. You got bread and you got pudding. It's not working. I'm sorry, Stat. Maybe a couple hours here can help fill the void. Good pudding though. Nice. Is it homemade? Or did you go and pick it up? That can all that can make a difference as far as how effective it is in filling the void. I've found anyway. Oh, so I remembered my somewhat disjointed train of thought when talking about adding sky colors to your water in making sure they're subtle, especially in a nighttime water scene. Um, I find that it just makes the water look more reflective, shinier. Um, and I'll pull it back so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So on the right side, I have not yet added the purples from the sky, right? So it ends about here. But on the left side, um, you can see that there's a bunch of extra. At least I can see, but like you can see a bunch of extra highlights and stuff. So that is why I'm adding a couple of different shades of purple to the blue that I already have down. And I've got this darker purple and a lighter purple that I will put on after. And I might add actually I should add a little bit of the reflection from the flames in the dragon's mouth. Music, no music. There we go. Start looking for my coffee again, even though I finished it. It's like, no, no, here's your cup of water. That that being said, I am going to take a quick bathroom break, um, and I shall return shortly. If the music stops again, I mean, I should be back before the end of the song. Um, yeah. If it stops, just hit exclamation point skip, and should take you to the next song. Be right back. Heck yeah, ice cream would work. Ice cream's a cure-all. Oh, love some Cowboy Bebop. Always good. All right, water. I hate when you're in a groove and then like you get interrupted, say by your cat or your bladder, and you lose the groove there for a second. Takes a minute to come back. That's how I feel right now. We were in the flow and the flow got interrupted. And remember the waves that are furthest back are going to be pretty small. So don't go making grand grand waves all over the place back here. Are you teaching someone? No, I'm just kind of trying to practice because it was suggested to me that I do some lessons on Patreon, and I want to practice my like talking through it technique because I'm honestly not very good at explaining myself all the time. Um, yeah, so I I'm just practicing because I think if people are going to pay for a tutorial, then they should 100% get what they paid for. Um, so yeah, long story short, not teaching anyone in particular, just practicing my talking through the techniques. Because for me, it very much is. I just go and I do and it works out. It's it's not something I actively think about when I'm doing art. So I also want to make other people feel like they are included in what I'm doing. So if you're sick of my voice, I can shut up. No, you have a beautiful soft voice. Aw, thank you. I don't really think I have a beautiful voice, but I'm glad you think so. But shit, in that case, let me just keep on keeping on, I guess. Even through the crackly mic, I can hear you have a beautiful voice. Is the mic crackly? Is it? Maybe maybe now that it's been almost a year, I should get a better microphone than just my JLab headphones. One of these days. So maybe now that I'm almost done with the first layer of purple highlight, maybe now it's more apparent that like the sky is reflecting in it. Um, Maybe not crackly, but like you say, it's not a specialized mic, just one that came with the headset. Right, right. It's what I would use on a phone call, you know. Um, but I'll keep that in mind for for when I graduate to elite. Um, so just with the subtle lines added that are the same color as the sky, it brings the sky down and it kind of makes them a complete picture. You're detracting from my compliment. You have a beautiful voice, damn it. Thank you, Stat. Thank you. I appreciate it. I guess I don't really talk a lot in my day to day life. Um, but yeah, I think I really got used to not talking and really being talked over when I was a kid and throughout my throughout my 20s and most of my, most of the rest of my life. So, yeah, I just I don't I don't default to thinking I have a beautiful voice, but also I am always making sure nobody else on here thinks or talks badly about themselves. So I should also follow that advice. So thank you. Despite the less than professional microphone, I thank you. And I'm going to also go back over with that lighter purple in some of these specialized areas. Um, but since it is a night scene, I'm not going to go too crazy in with that one. But let's pull this back and see how it looks deselected. I like it. I like it. This wave is gonna look awesome. and it will probably yeah, yeah. This wave is 100% going to be cascading down. It will not be contained. Also, Stat, don't you dare use that disappointed emote on me, sir. Think I was gonna not say anything about that. Well, guess now I can start disqualifying some people from winning on the 23rd. See if you're disappointed now. I'm just kidding. I would never. Didn't want to win anyway. Well, good. Good. I didn't want you to win. I would never. That's so mean. I almost started working on the highlights before I had re-grabbed the selection, and that would have been a problem. It's okay. I'm used to life taking things from me for no apparent reason. Aww, no apparent reason. I don't know. It looks like you used that disappointment emote a couple times. It's a pretty steep offense. I'll just go cry in a corner, I guess. I mean, hey, be grateful you have a corner to cry into, you know? That's so mean. I'm sorry. I agree. Savage does have a wonderful voice. Oh, thank you, Cryptid. I think your voice is amazing, by the way. Your voice is so soothing. Could just listen to you all day. You guys are gonna get me used to hearing compliments, and we can't have that. So right now, I'm just doing a um, very subtle off-white on just a few. Like this is one of the brighter ones that you don't want to overuse. And you pretty much have a blueprint laid down for you by all of your previous work. So don't go too over the top with that. Oh hell no. The first time I watched one of my VODs and heard my own voice, I called my mom and apologized that she had to deal with this for 3 decades. No, seriously, Cryptid, you do. I highly recommend everybody go and check out Cryptid so you know that these are lies. And honestly, how dare you come into my stream and lie? Oh, I've been slacking in my shout outs, y'all. But definitely do go and follow Cryptid. Go follow Stat. Everybody follow everybody else. Um, I have to wait before I can shout out other people. but um, go follow. You are so welcome, Cryptid. Even if it's only to make sure people know that you're lying when they go and listen to you and your beautiful, soothing voice. If only you had a mod who could help you out with shout outs. That's true, but my mod is actually working a regular full-time job and is lurking right now. So I can do my own shout outs. I'm a big girl. Mod is very busy today, yes. We we don't overwork our beautiful and wonderful Skynet because Skynet is already overworked. All right. So these highlights are where you can kind of get a little more loose with the structure, and this is like the last highlight beyond making the water like on the large wave here. This is just the like the finalized final highlights on the background water. Sky is taking a well-deserved day off. Yeah, the well-deserved day off. I don't even know if that's if that's coming. Lots lots of busy, being too busy all the time. And she's still here. She's still with us. That's love right there, y'all. And of course, when you're doing any highlights, but these very bright ones especially, keep in mind again where your light is. So you're not going to highlight a wave over here because the lightning is here. So you're only going to highlight the right side of the wave. It's a sitting down at my play computer away from my work computer for a few minutes. I wish it was a day off. Yeah. Yeah, you poor thing. I'd give you all the day off, all the days off that I could. And then when you switch and your light source is on your left, then you switch where you put your highlights. You hang in there, Sky. Yeah. Yeah. Love that line. We're listening to Mac Miller right now, and one of my favorite lines is I move carelessly, that's why I'm always tripping. It's hand-me-downs. This is actually my favorite Mac Miller song. So since we've already put down the mostly horizontal lines, that's why we can play around a little bit with the shape of these extra light highlights because everything else that we've put down has made the water stable. It's pretty straight and not going anywhere we don't want it to be. So these highlights are uh, a lot freer. And of course, I probably should have waited and done this extra wave on a different layer, but since I didn't, we're just gonna go with it. And I'll further highlight it on this layer. Oh, and just like with all the other waves, a bigger wave is going to pull back because it's pulling from the water that's behind it and then pouring over forward. So this part of the wave is going to have lines that are dragging it backwards to the wave behind it. And the wave behind it is also going to have a lot more of the lighter color. You're gonna make me look at the ocean differently, Savage. Good. Whenever I can go actually look at it again, yeah, right? I can imagine how hard it is getting there right now. Until then, you've got this, and all of the many pictures I took. If you ever forget what it looks like down there, but yeah, that's tough. So I'm using, and again, this is off white. This is like a purple based off white, um, and I'm just using it to bring the waves back just a little bit. The closer to your main wave that you get, the more of the highlight, the white water, so to speak. That's getting all turned up around here, and you're gonna have a lot more details closer up. Not just because it's closer up, because you have a giant wave with choppy water being pulled from there, and the pulling over of the wave is going to have just as much flow as the rest of the water. I put it down dark specifically because I wanted to. I knew I was going to put a lot of highlights on top of it because it needs to move. Um, but obviously, it's going to get real choppy where it's going over. You're going to have like a white foam, and just like Bob Ross, sometimes you just gotta make the ocean sing to you. That's all I gotta say. Hear the ocean. You hear the melody of it, and I think you'll get the hang of waves. But you also want to make sure that you still have the darker colors showing through underneath. You don't want to get rid of those because those are help putting your wave into the next level. You know what I mean? And we'll let that wave rest for just a sec as we continue doing these off white highlights. But it is going to get darker here. I'm not going to put as many highlights right here. There's going to be some highlights here, but the there's still that reminder of um, a dark purple sky, a night sky, stormy sky. Looks like we've got an ad break starting in about a minute, folks. Just FYI. You know the drill. Grab your water, close your eyes, and look away from the screen for a sec. It was perfect time to do when there's ads. Get some snacks. Get something going that will make you feel just a little bit more human, especially if you are stuck in a job, because jobs are not designed to make us feel human. No, no, quite the opposite. So take care of yourselves, y'all. And again, remember to keep your dark. You need the dark for your water to look like you want it to look. I promise. Like the highlights are important, but in this instance, I don't think the highlights are as important as the darkness, which is is not always how it is in in life. The darkness can be overwhelming sometimes, but um, it is important sometimes to recognize that without the darkness, the light wouldn't shine as bright. So we just gotta hold out for the brighter times, because once that darkness goes away, they're going to be shining. And of course, I'm only talking about water, not an allegory for depression. Is that an allegory? I don't know. Somebody who knows the rules can tell me. I can't remember if that's an allegory or not. I always second guess um, my education. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, I love this song. This is I Promise by, is it OK Computer? No, that's not right. throat just made a noise in case you heard that. I'm just going through now and softening the lines. Um, couldn't get the effect that I wanted this time using the spray, the airbrush. I mean, it worked. It worked fine for the shadow, but it just was not working for the highlights. I wanted them a little sharp, but not this sharp. Okay, a little bit more. I am going to come back and grab the cyan again, even though most of the highlights are um, in that purple, like off purple, because we have the light source here, and that is done in cyan. So I'm gonna add a few highlights here and there, and I love how cyan looks with purple. I think you can probably see what I'm talking about. And again, just kind of following the lines that I already have drawn as far as where the highlights should be. The hard part of the water is over. You know, we got all that under stuff done. Now we can kind of have a little bit more fun with it. Um, but again, I stress this a lot. Don't go too crazy because it's nighttime. Um, in a daytime scene, is this would be all about the highlights. Just very subtle, because just like white, this cyan is a very strong color. But the more color you add to your water, the more realistic it's gonna look. Okay, get a little bit of the fingertip blend. Again, softening it, bringing it back. Always want to make sure that it um, goes to the back because that's where the water is connecting. Okay. Let's deselect this and have a look at it. Looks pretty good from far away. Not exactly what I want it to look like, though. We're going to need a little bit more highlights on the cyan side. But in general, I really like it pulled back. Let's see it closer. Really like it close up too. Getting there. Going to select it one more time, and I want to hit the select, invert the selected area, and by inverting the selected area, I've just protected what I just did because I want to put another layer. Let me actually label this layer before we move on. Okay. Water highlights. Okay, so I'm going to do a whole new layer. And before I forget, I'm going to go with the airbrush, make it a fairly good size, um, and go back and let's see. I'm gonna grab a pretty off-white, but still bright. There we go. It's kind of a gray. And all I'm doing is I'm going to use the airbrush to push this rock island back a little bit. So we're going to start over here and just at the very base, we are lightly putting a mist, a haze, a fog. Very light, just at the base. So this puts distance between the island and um, the water. It's interesting. Some of these details are on a different layer. Hold on one sec. Okay, I'm just going to move this layer up right here. There we go. Some of the rock details were just coming through. I'm like, wait, there's something wrong about that. And since this is not a you know you're probably not going to find this place on Earth if you know what I mean. So I'm also instead of just using the white, I'm going to go over it with a light blue, and I want it to kind of look a little more mystical. Um, so I'm using the blue, and I am also going to blend this out and up. All right, I'll get the blend. I'm pushing it down instead of bringing it up. You certainly can bring it up, but I I don't want too much. Like if this were far away mountains, I would say definitely put a lot more of the mist. Depending on how far away you want it to look is how much mist will be at the bottom. So I don't want it to be too far away, um, but also at the same time I want that distance. So Let's see how that looks, and if we need a little bit more, we can always go and do that. Let's see. Let's see what we got. No, I don't actually like that. We're just gonna undo, and we're gonna try purple instead of blue. Yeah, I might actually just like it with the white, but we'll try purple first. There we go. Let's see. I think it needs just a little bit more subtlety. So I'm going back through with the soft eraser and just hitting it just a little bit. Okay, try that. Yeah, I think that's fine for now. A little bit more. Just a little more erased. Okay, there, that's better. Missed. All right. So now I do actually have white, even though we've avoided white the entire time we've been working on the water here. But um, the reason we've avoided the white is so when we do use it, it shows up a lot. It does a little sparkle. So every Everything has its place and purpose. Now I've got the airbrush, and I'm pulling back on this wave, the same motion we've been using, only now it's with the spray brush, so it's softer, but the same motions, that back and forth sweeping. Right. I'm just waiting for it to for it to save. In case you were wondering why we were just sitting here. Alrighty. Um, yeah, I'll show you guys how I do my waterfall, or at least how I start it. Um, just go to the straight line, take down the opacity, and let's see. Oh, it's not gonna. Hold on. I have it on the wrong layer. The layer needs to move just a little bit. Let me move this above Halloween. There we go. There we are. Of course, this is on a different layer, so it's doesn't really matter if it overlaps. Right now, we're just looking for the straight down line. That looks good. Um, that just shows us where we need to go. Um, we can erase and adjust since it's on a different layer. I'm going to erase this part here. There we go. Now we go back in with our pen, And we're going to start, let's see. This layer is somewhere else. This is supposed to be in front of it, but um, we'll figure it out. Check your posture, everyone. Yeah, I was just, I was just leaning forward just because I needed to look at the screen closer, not because that's been my default position. right? All right. So just grab grab a lighter color than what is behind this. So like a nice bright yellow. Yeah, I think that'll work there. Bright, bright, bright. I do have to fix whatever is going on here before I start that. Um, Maybe this. Nope, that's worse. That's worse. Huh. Yeah, I'll figure it out. So ordinarily, when you have a waterfall, the trick is to bring water up from the bottom, and you're going to have a lot of barely seen water in the middle. Like it's going to be very subtle. You're going to have some highlights, and then of course the structure on either side. But to help with the illusion of it being mostly clear, you just you kind of let the brain fill in what's missing. So you have the outside structure of the waterfall, and the brain will fill in everything else. If that makes sense. I'm just pulling some of the water down here. Um, I don't have the darker color behind this because it's in the new scene. And some of the water strays from the main waterfall, but just as long as you have the structure to it, you'll be all right. So this will also be blended eventually. So when I blend this water, I'm going to be blending from the bottom up, and I will stop when I am kind of towards the middle, and then that will kind of be where the most subtle things are happening. You can already see that I left this part mostly undetailed, and then a couple of other pieces as well. But since we have the the light behind it, this will also be very bright. I think we lost music again, actually. What is happening with the music? Oh, I didn't even realize we were in a break. Sorry about that, y'all. Not that you can hear me apologize for it, but you know. Welcome back, everybody. And so right now I'm using the fingertip blender to kind of make you know, dragging it down, but also making some holes in it. I'll come back through with an eraser and really give it um, that kind of hole in the water look. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but you know how water doesn't always just flow in a sheet. You know, it's not a single curtain. There's breaks in the water and stuff like that. There we go. I was on the wrong layer. It's still messing up with this one, but I can fix it. It's like, well, that's that's way different than the layer that I was working on. So now I can come back through with the soft eraser. Just gonna just gonna make some little erases here and there, so the background shows through because water is clear, making the edges softer. So we just keep doing that. Grab a couple of different colors from your background, and just keep kind of going over, just like if you're doing hair, it's going to be a lot of strands, that eventually will get all blended together. But it's water, so it's going to be reflective of um, its background. This is this is showing me where the holes are in my tree work. Got got a few things I need to fix here, but that's still perfectly okay. I know up close you can see the different colors better. So I'm really just taking bits and pieces from the scenery around and bringing those colors into the waterfall. It is going to be more subtle when we get to blending after every part. I'm just going back over with the um, fingertip blender and just kind of dragging everything down, bringing it back up from the bottom, and you just keep doing this as often as you need to get your desired effect. Coming back with the soft eraser and cutting some gentle holes in it. This song was not censored like it is today. Just strange. Just erasing the parts around the tree right now. I will figure out what's going on with these other trees back here in just a second. Okay, I'm gonna come back in with the white and just kind of highlight like this part here, just like where the water is broken and flowing. Just some highlights. Okay, and now for the mist where it hits, I use either a just a regular blender brush or the cloud brush that I have. I really like the cloud brush set from Rainy 3 on Clip Studio Paint, and that this is one brush set that I'm completely satisfied with, and don't even need to create my own because that's just how awesome it is. Um, so I'm just doing the cloud blends, and I'm taking the very bottom here, and we'll probably let me see, add a little bit. There we go. I will fix the trees here at the bottom, but that's basically how I do it. Um, just kind of blend it out a little bit. But I think I'm going to leave it as a hard base just for now, since I haven't fixed the tree yet. There we go. So I also kind of want to fix the sky. The sky behind. Let me see if I can. I had kind of redone it just a little bit because the sky was a little crazy before. Hmm, let me see. Waterhall. So I can always kind of try to um, just kind of redo the sky that I've got going on, except it's going to take some of the blackness from the trees because I merged that layer before I was actually done with it on accident. So yeah, there's a bit of a problem there. But the Oh, that's kind of horrifying. Without the original picture there, all the light, it's all gone. Um, but yeah, I I can redo it. I think I'm just going to redo it on a different layer though. Let's see what's okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna redo it on this layer and um, see what we can come up with. But if you'll give me just a moment, I'm going to go and take a quick break, check on the Babster, and I will return shortly. Alrighty. Hope we're all still doing well over here. Y'all still hanging in there? I hope so. Hope your day has gotten better. All right, the sky. I'm gonna start with a very light yellow. It's practically white. It's just I know I can do better. Don't get me wrong, the sky still looked cool. Um, but I think I am worlds away from where I was when I first started. So we are gonna do better. Finding out where all of the mistakes are. This should definitely be on the other layer. This one clearly needs more. We're learning. And I don't have the original left anymore. I seemingly transferred all of it over here, so we're just doing our best, you know. We'll fix it. I have complete and full faith in myself. I'm bringing up some more of the orange from the bottom, so the waterfall kind of shows up a little bit more. All good things. I'm just using my cloud blender to bring the darker edges forward. So the light is important, but as always, the darkness has its place. I kind of didn't like how the God rays had come out in the previous picture, so I wanted to kind of get rid of those a little bit as well. Hmm. Things are brewing in the old brain pan. Anytime it gets real quiet and I just stop doing everything and then you hear a yeah, things are happening, y'all. Looks like we've got an ad break starting in about a minute, folks. Y'all know the drill. Make sure you refill your water. Look away from the screen for a little bit. Uh, Roll your shoulders, unclench your jaw, move your neck side to side. All that fun little human stuff that we all need to take care of, including myself. Go grab some snacks. It's it's gonna be a long one, but we're here. We're in it together. excuse me, my goodness. I just realized that my mic was muted, and I don't know when I muted it, so hopefully you at least heard me warn you that the break was coming. Um, I think I'm going to put some more land back behind these trees here. Let's see. Welcome back, everybody. No, not quite. No. Okay. Figuring it out, y'all. Figuring it out. Actually, I think that back layer needs to be there. No, one more up. There we go. Haven't decided quite where I want the land to be, but I do want to put something behind here. Thinking. New picture loading. LOL, I just saw a post from an arts major absolutely freaking out about a first year obligatory stats class, and I was like, I was just thinking, like, you poor summer child, you have no idea how easy that class is compared to the bullshit that's out there. Yeah, yeah. I think the stats class that I had to take was just an intro to it as well. It was really hard stat. Okay, as someone who should have majored in arts. I can understand where that person is coming from for sure. These poor art majors having to study mathematics is kind of cruel, but also funny. Yeah, agreed on both counts. I have long since stopped trying to take my math disability so seriously. I do consider it disabling. So especially because it's not even any real statistics they're learning. They're learning plug and play statistics, like see this characteristic in your data, then do that test, which is the worst way of doing statistics, but oh well. I'll drink them salty art tears. Yeah, it's hard. All right, go have your food. Go drink your salty tears. Your salty artist's tears. I'll see you around. Have good foods. So right now, all I'm doing is going back through and erasing along the trees since the layers got kind of messed up. But I am erasing on the layer that I redid the sky. So just kind of getting rid of some of the weak spots in the picture um, that have already been already been worked on, but kind of disappeared when I reworked it. I'm leaving some of them as subtle, very subtle background trees, background branches, I mean. So like there's a couple in here, but I'm not gonna go through all of them and pull them out. They can just be a subtle a subtle reminder of what once was. I have to do the extra tree shadows as well, which um, isn't all that hard. I usually just do the spray brush, airbrush, I mean. But this time around, since I have pumpkins that I kind of have to protect, um, I, I can't do everything exactly as I would normally do it. But we're figuring it out, you know. I do kind of want it to be a little spookier. So I'm gonna add more shadows. Definitely need to fix this tree. I'm just realizing I should have done all of that shadow on a different layer. Yeah, I'm gonna undo it and redo it. It'll be better on a different layer. It feels so much later in the day than it is. Did our music run out? Sounds like it did. Hold on one sec, folks. And we've got an ad break coming up in about a minute, folks, just FYI. And of course, y'all know the drill. Don't forget to refill your water, do your stretches, all that fun little human stuff. I'll still be here making tree bark when y'all return. And don't forget to hydrate. I had my curtains drawn, or not drawn, but like pulled open because it was so cloudy outside this morning, and it was wonderful. Um, and so I had the curtains down, and I guess the sun must have just come out because it, it was suddenly so much brighter in here, and I made a hissing motion at the window. So the sun has officially come out today. Hey, Spirit, can't stick around today, but I wanted to at least say hi. Well, thank you so much for saying hi. Much appreciated. Today, let's see. Today I have been working on the trees and the shadows, as well as the water in this scene here. Welcome back, everybody. So, mostly on stream today, I have done the water. But thank you for stopping in and saying hi. Much love. I hope the rest of your day is going well. I do need to get better about about giving shout outs to the peeps. But everyone, if you're not yet following Spirit, please go follow Spirit. Just one of our absolutely lovely human beings. Go show the love. Go spread that love around, y'all. Huh, that was not what I intended to do. There we go. So, for those of you who are just joining us, this water you see here, I kind of tried to do a tutorial earlier in the stream. If you'd like to see how I do my water, I will be posting this VOD as soon as the um, as soon as the stream ends. I post that VOD up there, so you can tune in for that. I'm trying to practice talking about what I'm doing on stream. Eventually, I think I would like to start offering Patreon tutorials for those of you who are interested. Um, you know, just want to make sure that I give whoever pays for it, their money's worth. So um, feel free to check out the VOD and let me know how I did on explaining what I was doing without sounding too, I don't know, too convoluted um, or break into too many tangents. I mean, it's an art stream, so there's going to be a little tangent finding. But hey, I did try, and let me know if you learn anything from the tutorial. Just catching up from catching up from all the shout outs I missed earlier. um, go and give Vesper some of your love as well, y'all. It is saying that I'm not following. How am I not following? I swear I was following you earlier, Vesper. How weird. I didn't mean that to sound accusatory. Yeah, for those of you who are just joining us, I've been up since about 2 a.m. So my brain is pretty dead as far as being coherent goes. Now that it's four hours into streaming, I think the brain has just officially hit a wall and called it quits. Luckily, the brain doesn't have to be fully on for me to continue doing art. I guess that is what we are going to do up until the point that the hand gets tired, and the hand is kind of boss at this point. I think I've got one branch going this way, and the tree goes behind it here. So yes, as as is my style. Put down the black first when doing the tree bark, um, and then do highlights on a separate layer. Keep the black uh, as clean as you possibly can, so you can go back and grab it if you need to. Um, but even with the color, since I use a dark color, almost black, one that you won't really see a whole lot of, but it's still important that it's there. I use this dark purple to kind of map out like where the wood grain is going, what direction, and where I'm going to put highlights as well. I'm not sure what this this part is going to be. Originally, it was going to be another tree, but if I extend that tree, it's going to block some of this off, and I don't necessarily want that to happen. So I'm leaving it untouched for now. Maybe it's a giant pumpkin. It's kind of waste of kind of a waste though, because it only has a little bit of its face showing. But we'll see. Maybe a rock that I can. I don't know. I might just get rid of it. We can do whatever we want, can't we? And we've got an ad break starting in about a minute, folks. You all know the drill. Make sure you refill your waters. I need to do that myself. Grab some snacks. It's been long enough. And make sure you look away from the screen for a little bit. Roll your shoulders. Neck goes side to side. All that fun stuff. Well, that actually feels pretty good. Everybody stretch. Welcome back, everybody. There's still some parts that are kind of messed up with the trees, like this part right here. Um, so I'll have to go back once I take the selection off of this tree panel here. Once I'm finished with it, I will go back and refinish what's missing here. But I'm really liking how it's coming out. Even though when you get real close up to it, it's just a mess. I love um, I love how it looks when it's all pulled back. And I am realizing now these shadows that I put in, they would 100% be um, like not straight. They're not on a flat ground. They're on a bunch of leaves. So I would have to um, let's see. First, I think I want to try and use the liquify tool. You can push and pull things, make them bigger and smaller. It doesn't have to be, all over the place. It just wouldn't be, so straight. Wouldn't necessarily look like that though, would it? I think instead of using that liquify tool, I will just kind of do some manual shading. I will probably end up so I wasn't happy with how the leaves are anyway. So yeah, I think I will probably just end up redoing this section, which is completely fine because, the whole point of picking this one up again is to make it better after kind of abandoning it. Um, I was just trying to learn when I first started. All that being said, it was a reminder to not take yourself so seriously. To know that you can always come back and do better with some practice. Don't be so hard on yourself. Like by the time it's done, it's gonna look awesome. I just don't think these shadows would be completely straight. One thing I do want to figure out is how to make my own stamps or my own like leaf brush. I know I've mentioned it on stream before, but I've been thinking about it more and more with these leaves down here. I need to figure it out. I say and never do it. The shadows are just a little too severe as well, so just brightening them up a little bit with the eraser. This is why I caution against using black, because it can um, quite easily become something that's a little much. You got it, Skynet. I will save. It hasn't been too long, but long enough. How's everybody doing out there? I forgot to go get water. I'm gonna do that right now. Um, Hope you're all hanging in there. Well, hi, Babs. You're finally awake. Do you need to get pushed into your papers? Are you good? Can I put my water down, my love? Oh, they're stretchy. Even Babs is stretching, y'all. Hi, Bubbles. You want me to put? Oh, yeah, you pushed yourself into the papers. My sweet girl. Exhausted? I'm sorry. You're almost out of there, right? Couple more hours? Oh, right, because you also have what's it called? It was a holiday yesterday, so and then an appointment. Yeah. Oof. Sorry, man. That sucks. I don't know if this is gonna work out. Um, I'm just putting like the rough shapes of leaves over top, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's on a different layer. Um, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I definitely don't want to work on the leaves right now, though, so I'm gonna leave that alone. Go back to the tree bark that I love doing, and not the wretched leaves. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, Steph. How was food? Pull this back so you can see what we've got going on. Been working on the trees and yeah, this whole section of back trees. I'm pretty happy with how the water came out. Food was surprisingly good. Heck yeah. Love that. What did you have? Spaghetti with cream tomato sauce with mushrooms, bits of bacon, and shallots. Ooh, yum. And cheese, very important. Oh, yes. Some might say the most important. Shallots are so good, though. Now that you mention it, I think I'm going to turn the oven on for cooking my pizza. But I figure I can bring you guys with me for just a second. Let's see what I need to do here. I mangled the box trying to get into the freezer. All right, it just needs 10 minutes to preheat, and then I'll put my pizza in. Hi, Dabs. You're so cute. Hi, Bubbles. Also, my new mouse arrived and it works, so that's great. Yay! Heck yeah. It's the little things, you know? Sometimes that's all you can ask for. I dropped my last one on the floor by accident. Oh no! The little roller snapped from its hinges inside the mouse. Oh man. Oh no. So it just rolled loosely without anything happening on screen. Ugh. Did you fall down to your knees and scream? No! To the heavens. R.I.P. Right. Welcome in, Oro. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Let's save this before I forget. Rest in ripperonis. I'm just kind of sitting back and looking at it, resting my hand for just a second. I'm certainly not ready to end the stream, at least not until, the pizza's ready and the oven's still preheating, so we got time. A real shame, to be honest, because it's a very good mouse and also kind of expensive, almost $60. Because it's wireless, rechargeable, mute click, and a crazy battery life. Oh, for real? That's awesome. Good hardware is surprisingly expensive. Oh yeah, definitely. I still want to fix the leaves, but I like how the trees are looking. Of course, they still need work. It's always going to be, some. I'm just trying different layers here with the ghosty. think we're gonna move the ghost just a little bit. Yeah. I'm gonna call him Roger. What the little spooky guy doing? He's just chilling. He's Roger. All right, Roger the ghost. There we go. The layer is named for Roger the ghost. His rap name is Lil Spook. Nice. I like it. Can't put him over here by the kitty because kitty will grab him. Let me just put my pizza in here. Hi, Dabs. She's just chilling on the floor. I'm gonna open my back door. Nice big thunderclouds look like they're building. So that's exciting. The package for the pizza says to put it directly on oven rack, and that's not gonna happen. Not now, not ever. Because I don't want to clean the bottom of my oven. Thank you very much. I'm just gonna describe. Oh, the pizza's broken. What a jip. Broken practically in half. Oh well, I guess I don't have to cut it. No, it doesn't look all that edible, but it's still pizza, and I'm still grateful to have it. It's not time yet for yours, Bubba's. Sorry, my love. Alright. 18 to 20 minutes. Sounds like a plan. So we'll go for a little bit longer. Alrighty. Waterfall. Do I want to make the waterfall glow? Let's see. No. We can try something else. A soft light, maybe. Let's. Not a lot of them. It doesn't really show up. That's all right. We can add our own glow later. Here. Ooh, what do we got today? Hydrate reminder, everybody. Oh, nice. I haven't quite decided yet if I want the waterfall to also go behind the back trees there. I originally made it so the waterfall was going to be back behind both sets of trees, but I like how it separates them, and I also like how the tree backdrop helps it to show up because otherwise it's very much white on top of very bright colors there in the center. So I think I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it masking the back trees there. Yeah, yeah. I'm probably going to be angrily dreaming about how the leaves part looks. Um, but uh, I don't have it in me today to figure out how to make it more my own. Um, I like some of the leaves being there, but I think the majority of it I'm gonna have to change. So either I go over all of them in my own style, or I figure something else out. And I'm down. I'm down to figure something else out for sure. It's just gonna take a little more brain power that I have today, since I woke up at 2 a.m. Not not all that fun, but yeah, it's all good. I'm going to go ahead and snooze this ad that's coming up, and find someone to raid into in the meantime. If anybody has any suggestions, let me know. What do we have here? What do we have? I don't know that person. Give me one sec. Let me look them up. Where nope? Okay. Where nope? Where nope? Okay. Yeah, that'll work just fine. Thanks, Scott. So let me go ahead and do the whole outro business, and we'll get going on the. She's a great artist from Poland. She debuted a new model not so long ago. Excellent, excellent. If y'all like what you see and you want to see more, please consider giving me a follow. If you'd like to go back and check out my works in progress as well as finished pieces, there's Instagram and Discord for you there. You can also publish, or not publish, but post your own finished work and in progress work, all that fun stuff there. Let's go ahead and get that raid set up while we talk for just another sec here. Where nope. Make sure I spell that right one more time. Yes. Okay. Perfect. It's gonna be awesome. The art looks amazing. I think you guys will really like her. Um, really cool. Very cute character model she's got going right now. But yeah, until the next time, of course, being tomorrow, around 10 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. Make sure you take care of yourselves. Give yourself a hug if you can. Drink some water if that's all you can do. Just so you know, I'm proud of you. Much love, everybody. Let's go ahead and get going right now. Now.